Sound.
We'll call to order Kennedale City Council regular meeting, November 20th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. We are at City Hall Council Chambers located at 405 Municipal Drive in Kennedale. Members of the public, you may join in person or access a live feed at the www.cityofkennedale.com/videos. However, the virtual option does not allow for public comment. To address this Kennedale City Council regarding an agenda item, submit a request to speak form before the meeting begins. If you haven't done that, go ahead and do that, and you can turn it into our city secretary. You'll be allotted 3 minutes, and you must limit your comments to the subject indicated on the form and address the Kennedale City Council as a whole, rather than individual members or staff. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, the Kennedale City Council reserves the right to adjourn into executive session at any time during the meeting to seek legal advice from the city attorney on any item posted on the agenda. May I get a roll call?
Brad Horton,
Here.
Kenneth Michaels,
Here.
Bryant Griffith,
Here.
Jeff Navarez,
Here.
Mayor Joplin, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We're going to have our invocation and pledges, and I've asked Mayor Pro Tem Michaels to do our pledges and Councilman Horton to do our invocation. If you would please rise with us. We'll do the invocation first, sorry. Thank you both for that. And now we're going to have the swearing-in ceremony for our newest City Council Place One for David Glover. So Dave, if you'll come up, and then afterwards we'll take pictures.
Okay, raise your right hand. I state your name,
David Glover,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties
faithfully execute the duties
of the office of City Council Place One
of the office of City Council Place One
of the City of Kennedale
of the City of Kennedale
of the State of Texas,
of the State of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws
preserve and protect and defend the Constitution and laws
of the United States and of this state.
of the United States and of this state.
And I furthermore solemnly swear
And I furthermore solemnly swear
that I have not directly or indirectly
that I have not directly or indirectly
paid, offered, or promised to pay,
paid, offered, or promised to pay,
contributed, nor promised to contribute
contributed, nor promised to contribute
any money or valuable thing,
any money or valuable thing,
or promised any public office or employment
or promise any public office or employment
as a reward to secure my appointment, so help me God.
as a reward to secure my appointment, so help me God.
Do you want to take pictures with your family real quick? Do you want to take pictures with your family before we get started? Do you want to do that? Yeah, please do. John, welcome aboard. Just take a minute to let him get settled in. We'll have our visitor and citizens forum next. Okay, I'll call up Sandra Fry. Come on up, and just your name. I just said your name, but just for the record, your name and address.
I'm here in support of the nuisance law that is being considered. We live in an area where there's been a Christmas display that's causing quite a bit of trouble in our neighborhood with traffic, trash, and parking. We have fear that we can't get ambulances in if needed to be, and it's about Christmas season, and it's starting up again. So we feel like this is a nuisance that needs to be addressed. And that's what I had to say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Rush Graves?
Hi, my name is Rush Graves. I'm at 1004 Oak Ridge Court. And I'm here to bring up, really look for some kind of mercy as to what Sandra was just speaking of. I've got an 8-year-old daughter that has sensory issues. And as it relates to what she just mentioned, the Christmas lights, well, actually it's starting now, so it's prior to Christmas, but it's more the noise that has been an issue where we've actually had to leave the house at night due to the noise, people getting out, parking so they can go get their snacks or drinks from this house, and and it's just too much noise. The speakers are one thing. It does get a little loud. When I've approached the neighbor about turning it down, they have turned it down, I guess, to an acceptable point where we can be in our house, at least for a while. But more nuisance than anything else has really been the noise created by people getting out of their vehicles in front of our house and going and getting drinks and snacks and all that. And I want to enjoy my house. During the holidays, my wife and I don't enjoy our house. We don't enjoy the street. It's not fun. There's cars backed up on both sides of the street, all the way down. We're in a cul-de-sac. It's not even a pass-through. And so they park, it's loud. On our street in particular, we've got 2 special needs kids, both like my daughter, severe sensory issues and on a feeding tube. Another neighbor across the street and a house 2 over, feeding tube, nonverbal. And then we've got elderly, 90 and up, that have already had problems with slip and fall. And I'm quite confident that if we had to have an emergency vehicle come down our street, that it would not be possible. And that's really the primary issues. I can handle picking up beer bottles and beer cans in my front yard. That's fine. I was in college before too. But it's more of the noise that's created. Have the lights, have fun. They've got it set up to be on a radio station, has a sign. That's great. It doesn't have to blare that loud. And there's got to be something against people stopping, getting out of their vehicles and being served beverages plus whatever else that I can't see as having a permit to even do that. So I don't know. That's really my whole take, is just asking for some mercy, so I'm not having to leave throughout this season, go stay at my in-laws, because I got an 8-year-old daughter that can't sleep and her sensory dog won't settle, and it's just causing problems left and right in my house. I want to be able to enjoy my house.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keith Courtney?
Get that to work.
I'm Keith Courtney. I live at 617 Everett Road. I'm here to talk about the nuisance order. To start with, I'm a simple little country boy, uncomfortable getting in front of all y'all and talking, so I'm gonna ask for forgiveness for my words not clear and my thoughts not clear. I don't believe that all these changes have been communicated very well, the changes that are coming to the nuisance order, especially those who are living 5,000 feet outside the city limits. And, of course, I want to keep Kennedale beautiful. I'm on that board. I'm on the Parks board. I adopt my street. I mow up and down the street just for the people living down the street from me can walk to the park and walk to the city park, because the city don't always mow weekly out there. So I am very devoted to the city, very devoted, but there's just a few things that I'm going to cover here. And that slideshow is just going to run in the background, hopefully. And so there's 3 main things that I really want to talk about. And that is, number 1, city asking residents to do more than the city is willing to do. Number 2, the city giving their responsibility to citizens. Number 3, the city trying to make the whole town a HOA. Now, it's kind of funny, but as I go along, I hope y'all kind of hear the humor in that and kind of see what I'm trying to say here. I think the city should be in compliance before voting approval for ordinance. The code compliance guy showed a presentation a few months back about how some of the citizens would not be in compliance. Well, my presentation is showing where the city is not in compliance with the ordinance that y'all are asking to go by. And the other thing about this is, I just want to stick out there right up front, is these fines are no more than $2,000 too, which, again, I just want to make sure that all the citizens are aware of what's coming if y'all approve this. So the city knows that they're not in compliance, but they do have the employees and the funds to get in compliance, but they choose some more important items for their budget and their employee labors. I can say the same thing about the residential people here too, that we may have more financial obligations and things we can do with our time than trying to trim our trees to 14 feet or to keep our streets edged. So that's number 1. Number 2, what you want me to do your job? I don't mind mowing the city property on my street. I just don't want to be told I have to do it. Section 1516D And this ordinance states that we, the owners, are now responsible to maintain the draining ditch, which is our storm sewer or storm out where we live. That's how the water gets out of our neighborhood. This is the way, let's see, this has always been the way the city's responsibility and should continue to be the city's responsibility. A change like this is big for resident people who don't have equipment to maintain ditches. Even mowing these ditches are difficult. The city has special equipment like a boom tractor that has a big arm with a mower on the side that's able safely to mow some of these ditches. And number 3, some of the section of 1522, the property maintenance, looks a lot like they copied it from a HOA. And this section is saying that we have properly working windows, doors, and much, much more. There's no way our code compliance guys, which was two of them, can check all the windows, doors, and rain gutters that are working properly in every house in the city, and now plus all the houses within 5,000 feet outside the city limits. If we're going to spend money on employees, because I assume you would have to have more people to enforce this, I would think that we would need to have more people in public works that could make our beautiful than compliance people handing out tickets to try to get our city beautiful. In conclusion, I'm asking you to consider maybe even tabling this vote and consider some of the changes I have provided below. Section 15.6A, page 6, I'm part of this, the ditch, they're saying that now we're responsibility for it. I would say that that needs to be removed. 1516, section 6 on page 6, that's about the edging. As you see some of the pictures, it's hard to tell what needs to be edged, not to be edged. This paragraph is very vague on what edging means. Also showed plenty of places in the city that it's not complying with that either. And then, of course, the big one to me is the 1516D, that the city should maintain the ditches, the city property, and it's the city's responsibility to maintain them.
Thank you, Keith.
I got a couple more, just one more paragraph.
Quickly, yeah, because your time expired a while back.
Okay, so on the other one, on the maintenance, just look at all the ones that are saying that even the inside of our house has to be cleaned. That's just going way too far. And then that's BFLNOPQR. All of them need to be looked at or removed. The last one is take the from 10 foot to 8 foot, 14 to 12 foot on the trees. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do for us, for our community, you and Kim both. Is there anyone else that would like to speak before we move on? No? Okay. We're going to move into our election business, starting out with the certification of the official returns of the 2023 Proposition A General Obligation Bond. Yep, we're going to just read those results, and then we'll have a resolution to declaring the results.
Early votes in person, for 170, against 176. Early votes by mail, for 4, against 8. Election day votes, 265 for, 239 against. Total votes, for 439 to against 423. There were 35 undervotes, and the total votes cast were 862. Proposition A has passed.
Thank you. And now we'll have a resolution canvassing the returns and declaring the results of the general obligation bond election held on November 7th, 2023, and other matters in connection therewithin. So I just need a motion to approve the canvassing of the general obligation bond.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve the results of the general obligation bond.
I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Madam Mayor, I second.
All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we'll move into our work session while we're on that subject, which is the 2023 general obligation bond for the parks. And what you have in your packet is a summary of what was discussed during the park board back in May. And are we going to have, City Manager, are we going to have an update from the director? Or do you just want me to go into kind of read through the summary and get us to where we are? Okay.
Christian?
Hi, Christian.
So very quickly, a quick update about the parks. The board met in May, and there was a lot of recommendation, but some of the priorities and similar stuff they had was lighting and beautification for all 3 parks. Since then, we have been addressed in Sonora Park, Rogers Farm, and Town Center. We did some beautification by removing dead trees and pruning, and we constantly continuing to do that. But other major items from the Parks Board was the splash pad and the playground at Sonora Park. Since then, we had the splash pad updated. We have new canopies and new water features. That's been done. And the playground equipment has been ordered. That would be in here, I would say, early spring of next year. They also brought up the other parks need other equipment. Some need maintenance. Some cannot be repaired. So we are looking forward for the council to make a decision and give us some priority which we should do, because I know there was signage, there's lighting, there is security, a new park feature. So with the limited resources we have, I don't know which direction we want to go, which is more priority, the lighting, the parking, the security, the beautification. I just need to know which direction we need to go relating to the recommendations from the park board.
Oh, sorry, there you go. Do you know if we have pricing for the recommendations for the parks? Because I know we have a park dedication fund that is not the bond. So we have about, I'm thinking, we had about 750,000 in that. We used about 300,000 for the playground equipment. So we have about half of that left.
Well, we used about 400,000.
Okay. So we have about 300?
If we have 700, we have another 300,000. If we're going to use that 300,000, are we going to use it for signage, lighting, or additional play equipment?
Right.
Because the playground equipment we are running, based on the size and the type, you're looking like over $250,000 per unit.
Well, we can definitely, we'll pass this around, but just for me personally, I would like to see pricing on it so that we know what we can afford, you know, what we already have money for out of the dedication fund. So it looks like the recommendation for Sonora, for example, was the playground equipment that's been ordered, cover the playground and splash pad, that's been completed, and the flooring. So all that we have left there is the flooring for Sonora.
Well, that's going to be as part of the playground. The engineered wood is part of the playground. So that's going to be done.
Okay, so that's all done. Everything, all the recommendations at Sonora are done.
For Sonora, per se,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, and then Town Center Park, minor repairs to the playground, if we had pricing on that, flooring for the playground, lighting for the Ralph Mooney Performance Pavilion, and a backdrop for the stage. We don't have any of those yet, right?
No,
And we don't have pricing for any of that, right?
no.
Okay. Rogers Farm Park, repaint the basketball court area, add an additional goal, solar lighting, awning over the playground equipment, flooring, minor repairs to the swings, move the swings from Sonora to Rogers Park. Did we do that?
Not yet.
Okay.
Soon as the new playground comes in for Sonora, we're going to transfer
Oh, okay.
those.
Okay, perfect. That makes sense. And then extend the park's fence along the backside of the park to separate the parks from the homeowners. So, and we don't have pricing on that.
That we're going to do in-house.
Okay. So that one, number 5, is done, but we don't have pricing on the other items.
Yeah, I just need to, typically, one of those play equipment, you're looking like, based on the size
Right.
and what you want to see, it's over 100,000. So if we're going to put one of them in each of the parks, there's no funding for nothing else.
Right,
So we need to decide what we want.
right. So it looks to me, just based on what I'm reading, I don't see playground equipment. I'm just seeing flooring, lighting, a backdrop, minor repairs, repainting, awning, more flooring, and then minor repairs. So, and again, we can go around the room on this, but just for me, if we can get pricing on that to see how much that will be, so we can see how much that we'll use of the park dedication fund. And then as we go into the bond that just passed, the consensus from council that we talked about was using that for the multipurpose field and starting to get pricing on that, which I know you got some pricing, but we don't have the detail or schematics or anything at this point.
Right, if you go into that ball field, since I'm here, we need to decide if we're going to do a proposal. We need to know what we want, We want a professional field size, or we want a high school size baseball or football or soccer field. We need to know those. We need to know how much people we anticipate to have as patrons, visitors, so we can know how much bathroom stalls we need to have.
Right.
We know if we're going to have a concession stand, what size. If we're going to do any kind of cooking in there, we need to make sure that we have what you call it. I lost my train of thought.
That's
We need to
okay.
have a grease trap.
Right.
We need to have utilities. We have to run water and sewer. We have to do relighting. So
Do you think that it would be, since this is specific to recreational and the field and all of that, do you think that it's recommended that we get a consultant of some sort to help us find because I'm sure that there's another local field, because currently they're using a local field that's maybe more in line with what we want, and look at that, because we're not recreating anything here. We're just, go out and find something that we're looking for, and then maybe take a look at that and come back and have someone that's specifically for the field and everything that would be involved in the field. And I'll leave that on the table, and then we can kick that around the room if we want to. And I'm going to start with Councilman Navarez.
please do, because it's a lot of work that can be involved in that, and I need to know which direction we need to go.
Absolutely, because Councilman Navarez has been on the park board for several years and chaired it for several years. So we'll start with you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I was there for the May meeting. That was my last meeting, actually, to chair that board. We had a great meeting going around the parks, meeting with Christian and meeting with neighbors and speaking to even just citizens walking around. This council has done a great job of applying the money that we've pulled from the General Parks Fund to get things done. The two biggest items would be the splash pad and the playground equipment that is coming in January, right? Oh,
22 weeks, so that would be in
Christian, you
April.
kill me. For Sonora Park, then if I could just go by park, I'll tell you where the priority is at, in my opinion. For Sonora, what's left is that security lighting, even if it's just foot lighting around the path. There are several people who would like to enjoy, for example, the park right now. It's very beautiful outside, but as you can tell, it's already really, really dark before 6, Daryl. Sorry, inside joke. And so the lighting will not only allow people who are just getting off of work in the fall to walk around the park, but it also allows KPD, when they do a drive-through, to do a one glance over. That is a major throwaway for vagrants, and we find beer cans and things on the backside of the pond a lot. And so this would just kind of help with that security of it all and allow our citizens to have the option to utilize our parks up until the closing times that we are posted. As far as town center, the equipment's still good. I play with my kids there all the time. It's a primarily used park in our city. But I was talking to Christian about replacing some of the attachments, and we can't find that, is what we're saying. You can no longer buy attachments. So that playground, and I did get a complaint during Ralph Mooney about the wall climb. You know, there is some instances of damage that we can't repair, so we might want to consider updating or replacing that park. And then always the idea is, when we do this, do we do the rubber or do we do the wood chips? And there are, you know, benefits for both. There are costs for both over a 10-year period. I would ask council to look at it over a 10-year period, not just what it costs every year. And they balance out the same. It's more of for me, the priority would be to put the flooring at Town Center Park over Sonora, for example, because more of our toddlers and our preschoolers come out here more often during the week to play in those parks. And so that would be more ideal for that, where Sonora is mostly bigger kids in general. As far as the Rogers Farm Park, all those are, I think, a priority. The basketball goals definitely need some updating. We have a lot of room there to add another basketball goal to allow 2. And then I think if we post the times of closing of the parks, we can have a security light for some night basketball. I do quite frequently, especially over spring and summer, do see some of the neighborhood kids walking in our streets and what sidewalks we do have over there to get over to that park. Where there was some discussion of converting a corner of that to a dog park. And we had a serious discussion about it as well. But as far as utilizing what money we have and applying it, the basketball goal, the fencing, and the security lighting are priorities. And we were talking about taking some of the old equipment off of Sonora Park and bringing it over, just to kind of add an update over there as well. The equipment itself needs a little bit of repair. I think Christian's been on top of that, but the equipment's still in use and it's in good use. Those are my opinions when it comes to that after long discussions in the Parks Board. That's kind of what the Parks Board has directed and we came up with. As far as the bond, you were talking about looking at other facilities. One facility that I would recommend Mr. Hall to go check out is the Midlothian one, where the baseball fields are. And not necessarily the baseball fields, but just the way they have it set up as far as where you walk in and how you get to like the food and the bathrooms. It's very open, at large, but so it doesn't take up a lot of space, but it's very open and outside. And I just thought it was one of the better parks that KYA has gone over the years to do their football and baseballs and things like that. And they have football there. That's my 2 thoughts on that. I would like to kick it back, get some ideas for the Parks Board, kick it back to the Parks Board, have them come up with some ideas for the bond money. Personally, if we have an opportunity to buy land anywhere around any of our parks, I think that's a great opportunity to do that. I mean, even if we spend 20 years not doing anything with it, it's rare real estate around parks, and you always want to look in the future about expanding parks. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Councilman Griffiths, sorry about that.
I just will kind of caveat off of some of that, and specifically, I think it would be in our best interest to come to, as far as the bond money specifically goes for the parks. We need to establish a plan that has phases with what our vision is for the future of the use there. That way, we're not just kind of creating a punch list and just kind of willy-nilly going through and marking things off and not utilizing those funds strategically in the way that's going to benefit us the most. And if part of that includes expansion, and there's an opportunity for that, I think that I would agree that probably needs to happen. And that's pretty much it. I think that kicking it back to parks and maybe having some of our staff go and look at some of these other facilities that have been successful to kind of get some ideas, I think also would be a good idea.
Excellent. Thank you. Councilman Michaels? Mayor Pro Tem Michaels?
Come on. There's always so much work that needs to be done at our parks and stuff like that. But my question is, this was the list from May, so we're looking 5.5 months ago for the park dedication. Do we have a current list that y'all were supposed to be working on for the bond, the GO bond, from Parks Board? Because I'm pretty sure Councilman Navarez kicked it back to the Parks Board so they can work on that. So we don't have anything?
I don't
Okay.
think we've had time to do that because the bond just passed, and I think there's been one meeting, and they just basically summarized the maintenance on where the parks are now, and then for us to give a general direction on the next steps with it.
Okay.
Yeah, the directions was mainly for the multi-purpose field. They're in agreement with that. They just didn't know where to start on a discussion of a multi-purpose. My suggestion was wait till we get more feedback tonight from the council, and that way we have a better understanding of the phases, the direction we want to go. Obviously, we do have parks that need to be updated, which we do have park dedication funds to be able to do that. But beyond that, looking for a little bit better direction on the phases that we're looking at of getting these completed.
Okay. But I do agree with the mayor that we should have at least pricing on this. I mean, this was 5.5 months ago that the Parks Board made these recommendations, and I mean, I'd like to see how much it's going to cost and actually move forward on some of this. No, that's it. I have no further questions.
Councilman Horton?
So in your estimation, or do you know if the funds and the park dedication fund, I guess there's 400,000 remaining, will that cover what's the updates that are needed at the parks as we speak?
Probably not, because like I said, one playground equipment, you're looking, based on the size, you're looking over $100,000 to $300,000.
Okay.
So if we're just going to put one playground at the town center, the money is gone.
Okay. So is the plan to use some of this bond money for current parks and then for a multi-purpose field as well, or?
Yeah, that is correct. That's one of the reasons for the bond itself, was to be able to get us to get to the level of the standard that we're looking for. Mainly for the flooring, that was a main topic, not only for the Parks Board, for the council as well, which is a major cost. I don't think any of our parks were under 100,000 for the flooring that we were looking at. That was a discussion that we had. Do we want to go to that foam, or do we want to stick with what we currently have? That, my understanding at this point, I don't think that was ever answered. We did receive financing for that, which I believe the town center park was around 300,000 for the foam landing area. Which is roughly, I think it was around 200,000 for Sonora. Those are the two parks that we had an interest on, that type of flooring. That was the main expense, but we also, part of the bond discussions since May was just that. How do we go forward in putting these into phases? What are the priorities of how we move forward, of getting our parks up to date, and we can maintain those new items, equipment, flooring, whatever the case is. Then from that point, a multi-purpose field, and how do we move forward of getting that? My recommendation is to have a consultant come in, and then we can have a phased look at what the pricing is from step one to step whatever. That way we can plan and put those phases together, and we understand what's being asked, not only from our public, also from the council as a whole. We need to make that first step, and I think, in my belief, the first step is having a consultant come in that can give us the pricing and be able to put our vision of these parks, of the multi-purpose field or any field, into a visual for not only the council, but for our citizens to see as well. My opinion, that should be our first step, is get a consultant.
No, I mean, I remember the conversations, but I'm, also remembering back some of the pricing models of these fields. And if I recall correctly, the field itself could be anywhere from like $1.2 to $2.1 million, and we've got 3.1. And so I'm just trying to picture in my mind kind of where we're going with this as well, and also being able to maintain what we do have. And then if we add on, then, I think that's been one of my concerns, from the get-go, is being able to maintain what we do have. And I mean, I would echo Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem Michaels, excuse me. I'd like to see some pricing models before I give any sort of advice, because $3.1 million will go pretty fast.
I could tell you this much, just for a ball field, typical ball field, we are looking like 1.1 million just for the field alone, just the prep and the field. We haven't talked about utilities, lighting, seating. We haven't spoken about none of those. Just for the field, it's 1.1 million, and that's average price.
And that's just natural turf, right?
That's for
Artificial.
artificial turf.
Artificial.
Sod is about $900,000.
The estimates I've seen for artificial turf are around 2 million. I don't, maybe you obviously know more than me.
Well, the average price is $7 to $9 a square foot.
Okay. And does that include,
That's installed.
does that include the making sure that they have the pellets
Drainage and
and
everything.
concussion protocol compliance as well?
The drainage, all that, yes, $7 to $9.
But I mean concussion protocol, because that's I believe mandated, but that includes that.
Yeah, I guess that's the state recommendation based on this designer, construction guy I was talking with. That's the price, and they do that all the time. And they do it, that's
All right.
safety purposes, yes.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Councilman Glover?
So one of my questions regarding the report from May is, you mentioned we need additional safety and lighting, not just safety lighting. Could you add some more detail around if there's any safety issues that are still outstanding, either with the equipment or with the playgrounds?
The typical, on average, we haven't had any complaints or any issues with the equipment itself. In my opinion, there's nothing. I think that right now what I think we need for safety-wise is the lighting and more than putting some additional gates.
And one recommendation would be, we've done some good work to repair or have order replacement pieces for Sonora Park. If we could get some signage out there, just to kind of let the residents know that we have ordered the equipment, it's on the way, we'll be here, and give a kind of a core.
That's only work to get some signage out there exemplifying that it's coming for Sonora Park. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like we have some questions on the pricing for the parks that we have. We'd like to see the pricing on what's remaining to do in those parks. And then kick it back to the park board for those pieces and to come back up to us for recommendation with pricing. And then what are your thoughts on the consultant to help us with the multipurpose field? Councilman DeBarres?
Madam Mayor, I think actually that's probably a great idea because they can bring a lot of visualization as well to not only council, but to the public that just voted yes for the bond. It'll also help Parks Board just kind of get some direction. I think what we need to decide, but I want to hear Parks Board impression is, how do we go? Do we do the baseball fields? Or do we do a soccer kind of fields first? And what comes first? I think that's probably the two things of contention of what we should do with the bond money. The focus, I think, for the bond money should always be that the softball fields and the baseball fields, because that was an item of that was not discussed in May on purpose, because $700,000 is just not going to cover it. I'm not sure even $4 million will cover it anymore either. But if we do the phases, like I said, I think if we get a consultant, it's very easy to be clear. It's a roadmap to where we need to go. We can, include that in our parks master plan as well, and that way it'll give some direction for future council to move to phase 2 or phase 3. Thank you,
Councilman Griffith?
Yeah, I second that idea. I think hiring a consultant and getting, like I said, bringing our vision, into a space where we can actually look at it and figure out how to set our priorities. And we can get pricing all day, but if we don't set our priorities right, that project's going to run out of funding and it's going to be mismanaged. So,
Great. Mayor Pro Tem Michaels?
I agree with my colleagues on the other side, but I also do think that we need to figure out the land where we're going to put this multipurpose field before we start spending a lot of money. I mean, we're going to have to either purchase land or take out the ball fields, and I don't want to see that happening, but I know there's always an opportunity for the Love's property, and then from my understanding, there's another guy that might be selling here soon just in front of the ball fields. So we need to figure out where we're going to put it so we can have a consultant that comes up with a plan.
Excellent. I have seen KY actually did a rendition. They took the ball fields and they flattened the ball fields, and I know you want, and they actually laid the multipurpose field. I think that's what a consultant can help us with, is based on what we have, what you can have, can give us some suggestions. Councilman Horton?
What's our plan for compensating the consultant? Is that budgeted, or would that come out of the
That would come out of the bond money.
Come out of
or the
bond money.
current, Parks Board money.
current Parks Board money? Do we have any idea how much that might cost?
The rough number I've been told, and I haven't been able to confirm it one way or another, it's been around the 20,000 mark.
20,000? I would agree with Councilman Michaels. Maybe have a better idea before we go to a consultant and say, maybe have some, or at least several options.
I think we have a fairly good idea, and that's all we have. As the mayor has indicated, KYA has given us an idea of what their cost could be. Obviously, Christian has received one as well for what some of the vision is, and it's only the field itself. And I think that's where it's important that maybe we do have a consultant to help us, one, with the pricing, that we could say, hey, the pricing is this. This is phase one, and we do that by priority. If our priority is to put security to our parks, obviously I feel we need to start with the parks that we have currently and get to that standard of what we believe is correct. Then we would know the next step, is that a multi-purpose field? Do we need to purchase additional land? Do we want to keep the ball fields, the baseball fields, then put a multi-purpose field somewhere else? Those answers would help me tremendously. All of it's great information, but I think the consultant could help us with that. Obviously, for the equipment that we are seeking out now, that we can use the park dedication fund, we can do that part, and we can do that in-house. But once we get to that next level, I believe at that point, we need the consultant to be able to put the vision on paper. Obviously, before we do any of that, I will bring it back to the council and let you guys know what the consultant's pricing could be. But I think for now, for a phase one, per se, to start with our parks and what will it cost to us to get what we're asking for. That part, I don't think we even got to step one. And I think that would be step one for us to get that accomplished.
So just to clarify, if I may, so step one or phase one would be taking care of what we have.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just my opinion of it. Is I think most of our complaints for at least the last 6 months or since May is let's correct what we have and let's get it to a standard that's acceptable for everybody. And I think we know the 300,000 was not enough to get to that level. So I think if we can get the pricing to that level, then we know what to do with the multipurpose field.
Yeah. No, I would agree with that assessment.
Councilman Glover?
So I agree with everything Mr. Hall said. Bringing a consultant to kind of give us some direction, maybe give us a little menu of small, medium, large, and we can kind of go from there in terms of what in the direction we want to go in.
Excellent.
Madam Mayor, just a quick question. Mr. Hall, are you wanting to use a consultant for all the parks, is what you're saying?
Yeah, for currently, we'll go out and we'll get the pricing of what's the Parks Board has recommended. Whatever that recommendation is, we'll get the pricing for it. At whatever point we run out of the parks dedication money, at that point, we need to make a decision how we move forward. But I think at base level, we get to the standard of our current parks. And once we get to that level, we'll have a consultant come in and do an overall assessment of what our expectations are.
Well, that's so refreshing to finally hear that out of the city of Kennedale. As a longtime resident, we do need to bring our parks up to par. It's been a loud drum I've been beating for a long time. One of the benefits of getting a consultant to do that to council, to relate this to council, is to modernize the parks. So for example, we have horseshoes in Sonora Park, and horseshoes not as big, cornhole's more bigger now than horseshoes. Nothing from peanut gallery. And so it just will be, they know what equipment is being bought and why people are buying it. I just went to the Butterfly Park today. It's what my kids say, the one in Arlington by Kennedall High School. That's fun. It's fun for the preschoolers. This one, is a little bit older, but that was the most modern thing of that time. So it's just good to have that refresh, every 20 years or so, what's fun for the kids nowadays. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you all. Excellent conversation. And I'll just, with a wrap on that, the Parks General Obligation Bond was, we hear you loud and clear, citizens of Kennedale. It was about a 50-50. So we're hearing you, and we want to take this step very cautiously. And we want to make sure that you see everything that's being done, and that we bring that to you. So we'll move on to the work session, item number 2, which is discuss voting for the Tarrant Appraisal District representatives. So last month, we had one of the representatives come and visit with us, and he spoke. And I haven't heard from any of the other ones. I don't know if anyone else has or not. But what we are being asked to do is on individual consideration, we'll actually make a vote for one of these nominees. And in your packet, actually under the individual consideration, there was an email, I'm sorry. There was a separate email sent with the nominees. So just wanted to kick it around the room and see if anyone had any suggestions.
Was that email sent today?
Yes.
I didn't get a chance to check.
Okay, that's okay. I'll give it to you.
I believe you had received one last week from Tad also.
And it was the one, I think was it in our October packet okay, it was also in our October.
It was sent out October 26 from
Okay.
Tarrant County Appraisal District.
Okay. So just we probably could have put this in individual consideration and not necessarily a work session, but just wanted to bring it up, kick it around the room, and you're good? Okay. So that we'd be prepared for the individual consideration. See if anyone had any questions.
Can we clarify the gentleman's name that came last month? It was Lasana?
Gary Lasada.
Gary Lasada, yeah. Just to point out to council, somebody who's been around for a while, he comes every year, and he's always gotten support from Kennedale. Usually the front runners of the TADs, they rely on big cities like Arlington, and they don't really court smaller cities like this. But this guy's been dedicated in doing that every year since I can remember. Since 2009 is my memory, how that far that goes. So I've had many conversations with him. I saw him at the trustee board last month as well. We can't go any worse than what's been on TAD lately. And he's been one of the loudest people out there about the recent activities of TAD. He was one of the people that exposed the software and what that was the issue with that as well. So I would ask council to support him.
Anyone else have any other questions?
A couple. Number one, I would echo Mr. Navarez. I'm very impressed with Mr. Lasada. I've done a little research on him, and I think he certainly supports, I don't know if reining in is the right word, but cleaning up. We get 5 votes? Is it all?
7.
Did they all go for the same individual?
Yes,
I
yeah.
believe so.
Yes.
Okay, so all those, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, well, if there's no more questions, we'll move on to the work session item number 3, which is discussing the timelines and reporting practices for the Veterans Memorial Committee. And we'll actually be doing the same thing for the Charter Committee next. And what this is for is to just summarize where we are with the committees and just to make sure the citizens are aware that we have these committees that will be starting up the first of the year. The last meeting, we ask each council person to submit a nomination, which you have done. And so we just want to review the timelines and expectations tonight for those committees. So for the Veterans Committee, while Councilman Griffiths was out and not here, he was nominated as chair. And the overview of that was, that would start in January, and there would be a recommendation to us by March to council, and that would give council until April. So we receive a recommendation, we would need some time to look it over, come back to the council meeting in April to be able to give guidance on our decision. And then it's going to have to be bid out, so there needs some time for that, and we wanted it in this year's budget. So that was the reason for the time frame on that. Do you have any questions you want to, as chair?
I would just like to share with the newest member of council, Councilman Glover. That's what happens when you miss a meeting.
Amen to that.
No, I'm just kidding. It's an honor and privilege to have been asked to chair that. And I've already got a plan together as far as meetings, lined out timelines, discussion points and such. So we're looking forward to getting started and ready to meet those timelines.
Excellent. So the Veterans Memorial, what this is for is the area where there's a fountain. The fountain has been broken for a very long time, as you know, or if you've gone to Town Center Park, you see that. We don't want it broken anymore. There has been some investment in the past, and that didn't work. So what we want to do now is we want to permanently fix it. So it's, what does that look like? Is it another fountain? Is it something different? Is it a combination of water and rocks? So that's what this committee is going to be having conversations about. We have budgeted from the EDC $80,000 towards whatever is going to be recommended. And also right outside of the fountain are the veterans plaques. And we want to look at those as well and see if there's, because those definitely need to be redone. And we want that to look really, really nice for our veterans. And then outside of that, we have our 9/11 memorial. And if they have time to take a look at that, I know you've been very involved with that as well. Mayor Pro Tem, very involved in that one. And there's just been some areas that you may need some assistance with that as well, or get some input on that as well. There may be opportunities for grants in that area. As a veteran, you're very well aware of that. And so we're excited for this committee to get together and give some recommendations. Yeah, okay. And then, so if there's nothing else on that one, no, we'll move on to next one. Number 4, which is the same thing for the Charter Committee. So we have the nominations. This one, the time frame is to start January and end in, I believe, hold on, let me think, August.
Madam Mayor, I think what we're going to try to do is probably meet in January with the first meeting, and then let them review the charter and then kind of see which direction we want to go. If we accomplish before the May election,
Okay.
that would probably be great. If not, I would really not want to do this on a presidential election
Oh, yeah, that's right.
because we're going to have a lot of people show up. And,
Okay, so it's on then for you.
right,
The crunch is on to
Right.
get it in May.
So-
So if we're going to do it in May, that means you have to have it final by
February, like
Yeah.
15th.
Yeah, so you need to start early January. Okay. Or, yeah, or December.
Yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we'll get together. All right, very good. Very, very good. Okay. All right, that's right. We didn't think about that, did we? The November, the presidential, okay. All right, so we'll get together and talk about that. Any other questions on the Charter Committee?
I mean, a lot of people show up in the presidential election. That's our biggest voter turnout. I think one of the things we discussed was, do we want to rush it or do we not? But I like the way you're going with it. Let's let them look at it first and see
Yeah,
how much.
see which way, if they feel like that they can
For sure.
make it happen.
well,
Okay,
and past discussion at different council meetings and stuff like that, there's not a whole lot. Our charter is strong. We
Yeah.
have a good charter.
Yes.
We just had some areas that needs a little bit more updating and correction. So, I mean, it's not really a whole lot that we need to do since we just did it in 2019.
That's right. Okay, very good. I like it. All right, we're going to go ahead. Do you guys want to take a break, or are you good to keep going? Everybody,
I'm always good for a break.
you're always good for a break? Okay, so
few
we
things that-
will, it is 6:29. We'll take a 5-minute back here at 6:35. Okay. Right? Okay, if I could get council back to the dais, please.
We'll get it worked out.
I always say 5, but it always takes us 10. All right, we're going to go reports and announcements, and we'll start with updates from members of the city council, and we'll start with Councilman Navarez, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to take my time and just give a couple of remarks. First one, as you can tell, I'm joining the No Shave November. I'm in my ugly teenage phase with my beard right now, but that's in support of an awareness of testicular cancer for men. So if you're around my age, usually they recommend ages 44 or higher. You do it in your 40s every other year, and 50s, about mid-50s, you do it every year. And here's just a couple of facts with it. It's estimated that 8,000 of 10,000 men will develop this cancer every year. The chance of developing the cancer is about 1 in 270, and there is a cure rate of 95% as long as you guys get checked. So if you're getting around my age, make sure that you do this annual check this year and join me next year and Mr. Hull, who's got a better beard than me, for the No Shave November. I also sent an email out today to Mr. Hull. I've gotten a lot of compliments this last month, especially around Halloween, from a particular department in Kennedale. And I just want to read what I wrote to Daryl today. Mr. Hull, I wanted to take an opportunity to compliment Chief Mike Holguin and the KPD department. Since Mike has taken over, there has been a noticeable difference in the police presence around town. I have seen and been a part of our patrol officers more frequently around the parkway and within the neighborhoods. His officers conduct themselves with the highest standards of ethics, which is a testament to Mike and his command staff. I am proud of, skip that one. With his experience, he brought KPD into the modern age of policing. I received numerous compliments about KPD and Mike's leadership. The most recent one is Halloween night. I noticed for the first time KPD patrolling the neighborhoods. I had several citizens stop me to talk to me about it. And for several days after, I took calls about KPD's presence that Halloween. I even noticed Chief Holguin out in the wild that night as well. And that wasn't the first time that I've seen the chief work in patrol or supporting his officers in the field. I just wanted to commend the chief and his direction with the Kennedale Police Department on behalf of the citizens of Kennedale. So, Chief, well done. And just one more compliment that I heard the other day. I was taking pictures around town on Saturday, and I just so happened to run into a couple from Old Town who's been here for a long time and looking at the memorial. So I stopped and said, hey, some good news. This is what we're going to do with the memorial, putting a committee together. And I just wanted to share with council and the mayor their compliments to us and the mayor on our recent activities and how there's some harmony there, and they're really excited about this current council and how we're moving forward. So I just wanted to say well done to all my colleagues and the mayor for our leadership is being noticed out there, and I'm getting a lot of compliments about it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Griffith?
So we participated in Truck or Treat, and we were so happy to be a part of that. We built the council had hosted the dumpster graveyard. Some were a fan, some were not. But it was a lot of fun. And just to caveat off of what Councilman Navarez is saying, it's just awesome to see the events that we're hosting and the community and everyone that comes out that day in particular, just because there was a lot of other things going on in inclement weather, but we had a really great showing, and it was a great opportunity to be a part of that. I also just wanted to say that it was an honor and privilege to be asked to speak at the Veterans Day ceremony this year. I really appreciate the opportunity to just share my heart for service and the opportunity to encourage other people to serve their communities. Also, November's packed full of events like that for our veterans. And I also had a privilege of attending the Air Power Foundation's Skyball, which 3 of our veteran officers were honored at the event, and will be receiving new vests at no cost to them. So I was pretty excited to be a part of that. And then also this past week, I had my team out supporting KKB, the Adopt a Sign. We were out there cleaning the roadside at the corner of the Parkway and Kennedale Sublet Road down towards Hammett Creek. We took out 2 tires and a 50-gallon trash bag worth of litter. So we're excited to be a part of that and the opportunity to keep serving, and we'll probably be doing that twice a month. And we're looking forward to Hometown Christmas. My kids are super excited about that.
And you were such a great speaker, by the way.
Yes, yes, yeah, absolutely.
Appreciate that.
Mayor Pro Tem Michaels?
Well, normally I make a list, but I've been so busy with Hometown Christmas that I really don't have nothing right now. So, but I know I've been doing stuff.
Yeah, I would say you get the busiest person award for sure. So thank you for everything that you do, helping us get ready for Saturday. Councilman Horton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I do want to congratulate Councilman Glover. Welcome aboard. Excited to have you. Additionally, just after Councilman Navarro spoke, I would like to compliment Chief Holguin and the police department. My wife, we took the kids trick-or-treating, and my wife was like, "This is so great seeing the police out patrolling," and it's a really nice thing. So I wanted to make sure I didn't overlook that. Additionally, I played in the Chamber of Commerce golf tournament with our city manager and Mr. Eubanks. He's on the EDC committee. I don't know how we finished. I had to leave, but thought we did pretty good, right? 4th? Oh, man.
Yes, say very good.
Well,
We did better than the clay shoot.
I remember a couple clutch putts somebody over here missed. So I'm just kidding. It's on me. Also attended the Kennedale Wildcats playoff game with our city manager, and unfortunately they went down and they fell to Alvarado. But again, congratulations to Coach Barrett for achieving 250 wins. I believe he's in the top 10 active coaches all-time wins in the state of Texas. And when you think about the coaching royalty that have been head coaches in the state of Texas, that's quite a list to be a part of. So congratulations to Coach Barrett. Attended the Veterans Day ceremony here at the city. And also I went to a Kennedale Junior High School choir performance last week. That was my first. My oldest is in the choir, and I want to congratulate Mrs. Schrum for a great job. I've not really been to a lot of those in my life, but that was really, really enjoyable. So, additionally, I attended the Kennedale Junior High Site-Based Decision-Making Committee last week and got a chance to interact with Principal Angela Bruce and some of the faculty members. It was really neat to get to dive into the details and see some of the metrics that they used, and just really impressed with their operation there as well. And this afternoon, actually, got to attend the Kennedale High School basketball game. They played an afternoon game, and they won at the last second. So they came back from like 15 points down. It was really, really amazing. So good job, Coach Groff. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome, very good. And Councilman Glover?
I just want to say what an honor it is to be here. I'm looking forward to working with all my council members, fellow council members, and the mayor and the city department heads to just help continue to drive and improve Kennedale just through small changes, big changes. Wherever we can improve things, we will. I also want to say thank you to the chief, echoing the other statements on Halloween night. KPD did come through our neighborhood several times. We were out walking with the kids, had no problems, felt very safe. So thank you and your staff and team for that. That's it for me, though. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. My update, I attended the Tarrant Regional Transportation Coalition, which is a great coalition, sorry, I just ran all that together, which is a great opportunity to see the big picture of transportation in Tarrant County and along with potential resources available for Kennedale. Yes, I agree, Trunk or Treat was a huge success. A special thank you to Sylvia Castro for coordinating all the trunks. And I want to thank all the staff and the directors for showing up. I think that may be the first time that I've ever seen the full city. I was shocked. I mean, you guys outdid yourself, not only showing up at all the wardrobes or the costumes. Sorry, I couldn't think of the word costumes. So you guys did a great job. It was fun seeing all of you there, planning, zoning, city secretary, the library. I mean, everybody was there, finance. It was just great. And then I've had the opportunity to give a potential business owner a tour of Kennedale, and which, that's one of our goals, is bringing in successful businesses. It's definitely a primary focus for us. The Kennedale Community Connections Group met to discuss the past years, what we've been able to do in the upcoming year and the opportunities. Of course, as you can see, we interviewed and appointed our newest council member. And we had election day. The bond passed along with 13 of the 14 Texas constitutional amendments. We honored the veterans at Town Center Park. And I wanted to thank Councilman Griffith for speaking. And also, I don't know, for those that were there, our city administrator, Ross Sanchez, he sang the national anthem and did a fantastic job. That was wonderful, so thank you to him. And I want to just thank all our veterans and their families for their service then and now. And we don't have very many people here, but I was going to say, if you're a veteran, I would love for you to be recognized. So, are anyone veterans that are here? No? Okay, well, if you're watching us, we'll recognize you online as well. I did have the honor of attending the first Kennedale Moms of Color Trailblazer Award Banquet. There was a lot of professionalism and successfulness and dedication and kindness. They had Judge Mary Ellen Hicks, which was the first female Black graduate from Texas Tech School of Law, gave the keynote speech. And in attendance were a lot of the citizens, KSD board, past and current. And I just wanted to, I apologize, it's going to take a minute, but I did want to, these were the trailblazers that were given awards, which were Pastor James Adaye, Andrew Bisco, Donna Bisco, Judy Castleberry, Dr. Maria Douglas, Bill Eubanks, Sarah Johnson, Zach Knox, Felicia Moody, Pastor Floyd S. Moody, Pastor Nelda Barrett Moraine. Is that how you say her last name? Moraine? Do you know Councilman Navarro's? Pastor Nelda? We just always call her Pastor
Just call her Pastor
Nelda.
Nelda.
Okay. Daryl Owens, Debbie Osborne Smith, and Teresa Vasquez, and Demaria Rice. So they were all honored as trailblazers, and that was a fun night. I also wanted to let you know that the new senior outreach provided 255 Thanksgiving meals to our seniors and families this past week. I have a meeting with Tarrant County Commissioner Elisa Simmons on Wednesday to discuss the funding for New Hope and Sweeney Hyatt that she's reviewing. These projects actually had dates on them but have been delayed until approved. And I just want our citizens to understand that many times it is the funding that moves, that keeps the projects from moving forward, not necessarily us. We had a date established, but now we're waiting for approval. And the same thing with the safe walks to school. Safe walk to school sidewalks. Those have been delayed several times by TxDOT. So it's not our delay, it's the TxDOT delay. One of my many goals is project management software that staff, council, and citizens have access to, and this way we can all follow the status of these projects so that you're not wondering, well, I wonder what happened to this project or that project. You can just go see that for yourself where it's at. And a special shout out to the first responders for taking care of the nursing home, Pecan Manor. They had an electrical outage that was caused by a truck that took out the power line. And you guys were there to support them through all of that. And thankfully, there was no patient issues, and they had power back within 24 hours. But I know, thank you for the updates on that and for taking care of them. I also want to thank the EDC for the postcards. Everyone probably should have gotten one of these for hometown, and just a reminder of the town hall meeting that's going to be on the 30th. And we have, in closing, we have so much to be thankful for, starting with being an American citizen. And I just want to wish you all a very happy Thanksgiving. And with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, man. Once I say it every time, but I want to thank each one of you guys coming out and just being involved with our community. And it is very well recognized, and a lot of compliments are made for your involvement and you putting your community first, and it does show. So thank you again for everything that y'all do and giving us the tools that we need to go out and assist our citizens. With that, once again, it's always hard to follow up with you guys, but we do have several good things that's going on. And I would like our librarian to come up, Elizabeth. We have received a grant, and we really didn't anticipate it this year, but we did receive it. And thanks to Ms. Patridge, we were able to get it.
There it is. There you go. So we actually received, it's a little over $10,000 from the Ladd and Catherine Hancher Library Foundation grant. And it is to buy equipment for our innovation station. So an innovation station for us in our grant proposal was makerspace equipment. So I don't know if you've been to larger libraries where they have a technology space for people to be able to access things that they would not normally have access to, like 3D printers, embroidery machines, serger machines. We also got a retro station where you can convert your film into digital, and you can convert your negatives and photographs into digital for the long-term preservation. So we are using the funds that they provided to buy these pieces of equipment, and then the library staff is going to learn how to use them, and then we're going to open it up to have the community come in and use them and become familiar with the technology and be able to use it for, we hope, many things. Mostly, I look towards the small business side of it, where I hope that they might be able to actually utilize this equipment to develop skills so that they could develop job skills, work skills, but potentially create some sort of prototype so that they can start their own brand new business here in Kennedale. So, yeah.
Awesome,
Congratulations.
Elizabeth. Thank you.
Thanks. Good job.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. Also want to recognize our chief as well for not only what he does every day and goes out and exemplifies the excellent side of it. I also want to recognize him that he went to a training this past month, which was the FBI Trilogy training, which is Law Enforcement Executive Development Association. It is a very long process as well. It takes several months to be able to complete. Chief Hogan has completed that this last month. And I'm very proud of him, and as always, he's showing excellence and is educational. So thank you again, Chief, for being outstanding. Which all that is really great, but this Saturday is really good also, which is our hometown Christmas. So if you haven't been able to follow any of our Facebook or social media as a whole, I have to let everybody know what we're doing Saturday. So it is a very big day. So our hometown Christmas starts at noon Saturday. Yes, the Saturday after Thanksgiving. And we have a huge list of activities. First, we'll have our ice skating, synthetic ice skating rink. It's a 40 by 50 rink that anybody can come and get on, adults, kids, anyone that can put on some ice skating skates, they're more than welcome to come out and be a part of it. That will be here from 12 to 7. During that time, also at 2 o'clock, we will have activities for our youth and our kids to decorate cookies, have decorations of some type of tree ornament or any decorations for Christmas background. We also have a station be able to, kids can write a letter to Santa, or you can be an adult too, either way. Santa will read them, and he will respond back to that person, letting them know that he did receive the letter. So we need to make sure we put a return address on their letter to Santa. We also have s'mores that will be coming on later that night as well. The fire department will be hosting that and helping out since we have a little bit of fire that's taking place. We also have 17 vendors that will be just outside our park The good thing about our vendors, they're not selling anything, so they're actually providing treats and eats. So it'll be hot chocolate, cookies, fudge, cookies, gingerbread. We have nachos, water, all sorts of different treats for everybody, and it's all free. So anybody that comes up, obviously they can have some type of treat as they come and visit our town center. If you've not made it through our town center yet, I invite you to go, once you leave here, go into our park, and you should be able to see our lights, Christmas lights. So all of our lights are up and they're operating. Only thing that's not lit is our Christmas tree. Our Christmas tree will be, for the first time, be lit on Saturday at 6 p.m. So I encourage everybody to come out and be a part of all the festivities that we have. And it's for all ages. It's not any one particular person or anything. It's for our community. It's for our citizens and all of our visitors that want to come be a part of us. It's a very exciting time for that, and I'm very grateful for our staff, our council, and just the vision of what it is to begin with, and we can't forget that. So I welcome everybody to come and be a part of that. Also, December the 9th, we will have a movie in the park, which will be Polar Express. And during that time, from 4 to 6, we will have a Polar Express train. Adults or kids of any ages can get on that train as well. And it'll be going down around our town center park. And we invite everybody to come be a part of it. It'll be another great experience. And it's showing who we are, that we're open. We want you to come be a part of us, and the opportunity is there. And as always, when you're here, you can go get Simple Simons. We got chicken, we got barbecue. We have different things within the town center itself or business-wise. So we need to help them, promote them, and let them know that we're here. So I invite everybody to come be a part of that. I'll end it there.
Very good, very exciting. What was the time on the movie?
The train will be 4 to 6, then the movie starts at 6 p.m.
Okay, that'll be fun. All right, thank you. All right, we have, moving on to number 4, our financial reports.
Sorry, I got one more, Mayor.
Oh, one more. That's okay.
Another one just as important. November the 30th is our State of the City for our town hall meeting. And I just give you an update for that. The mayor will be presenting, and basically she's going to be letting everybody know is, one, what we have accomplished this past year, and second, where are we going from here? So we want to express what we're doing for our citizens and our community as a whole, and let you guys know where we're going from this for 2024. So you can also be here. Obviously, we love for you to be here in person, but for some reason you're not able to, it will be on YouTube, just like it is tonight. So I encourage everyone to be have the capability to be able to view us and see what's going on within our city. It's very important. We have a great year ahead of us, and it takes every one of us to be able to make it happen. And I strongly encourage you to come and be a part of it, because your voice will be heard. Thank you.
Oh, yes, we have one more thing, but Mayor Pro Tem, it's his fault. Because he didn't write his list. No, we actually have December the 9th is the Mayor's Challenge for the Red Kettle. So we're going to be at Walmart, and we are we going to be stationed at QT as well?
We have not got a response back from QT as of yet.
So possibly there, but for sure Walmart. And so come by, and also there should be a QR scan that's going to be posted on our website, and you can just donate that way as well. So we have, did you throw out the challenge, the big challenge for that one, or are you rescinding? Okay. All right, we're going to do better than we did next year. We'll just say that. How about that? Okay, so we'll move on. We've got Director Horton here that's going to review our financials for September and October. It's all yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As was just stated, we did add another September draft in your financial packet. Primarily, as we get closer to closing the fiscal year, we do have some things that change in September. Right now, the goal is to close the fiscal year, at least on our end, by the end of this month. So just a few changes from the last time this was presented. primarily the sales tax. You can see we were at 103% to budget, so we received more sales tax than what we expected. You also see a similar number on the EDC since the sales tax is getting split between those two entities. That's the biggest change between when I presented this last and what I'm showing you tonight. I did provide in your box an update to page 5, which is specifically to the TIF number 1 New Hope Fund, number 21. In the initial draft that was in the packet, I was inconsistent on my application of transfers in and revenue. That has since been corrected. Moving on to October, do we have any questions on September before I move on, actually? All right. For October, one thing I want to point out that's a drastic difference from the prior year is on page 1 of 8, if you look at non-departmental. In the prior year, we were 46% expense to budget or expenditure to budget. This year, it's 7.1%. That's a timing difference in our insurance plan. That actually got paid this month. So you'll notice in next month that we'll be much closer to our trend on the prior year. With 8.3% of the fiscal year passed, you can see our department spending is under trend. One number I would like to point out, the mayor council is showing that it received more money than expended. We did receive a refund on an overpayment, and that really needs to be applied to FY23. So that'll be a change that you'll see next month when I present September. Hopefully with the fiscal year closed, that refund will be applied to FY23 instead of FY24.
And that number will just be adjusted for October.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
It'll be adjusted in October, but you'll see it. It'll look like 2 months worth of expenditures on one when I present the November statement. Do we have any other questions for October?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you for your time, and welcome, Councilman Glover. Happy to have you on the team.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to make an exception for a former councilman. Typically, we already have our speakers come up. No? You'll be all right? Okay, very good. We're going to go ahead and move on to our consent agenda. Does anyone want to, we have 3 items on the consent. Does anyone want to remove anything? If not, I'll take a motion.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Okay, I've got a motion to approve. Second?
Madam Mayor, I second.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor? Unanimous. And just for the citizens, if you're not looking at the agenda, it was approval of the minutes from October. It's approval of a 5-year contract with Meals on Wheels as is currently, which is doing very well. Thank you. And then approval with an interlocal agreement with Tarrant County for the public and semi-public pool inspections that are at no cost to us. And we'll move on to the individual consideration, starting out with consider approval of the amendments to the nuisance ordinance. And Director Gonzalez, do you want to come up? We've had a conversation just until he gets here. We've had multiple conversations about this ordinance. We talked about it before October, we talked about it last month, and it was on the agenda as is last month. It was tabled for this month because we had a councilman out, and we were also welcoming a new councilman this month. So we're going to bring the nuisance ordinance back up for consideration tonight. And so with that, I'll turn it over to our Director Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and Councilman Glover. Welcome. Good to have you on board. Happy to answer any questions that you have specific to the ordinance. I just want to remind Council some provisions in here that we spoke to last time. So Section 1522, the property maintenance section, with the exception of parenthetical T, V, and W, and what those are the tree and shrubs, parking lot striping, and exterior signage. The other items that are listed in that particular section are verbatim of what's in the property maintenance code that council approved last month. So what we did is, instead of placing it in a book that most people aren't familiar with, we just took it out of that and placed it in a city ordinance where our public can look it up and it'd be easily displayed and viewable. The tree and shrubs provision was added to provide some relief for larger vehicles, particularly our fire trucks and school buses in town. The parking lot striping is a provision that we already have in our code of ordinance, our zoning ordinance, our UDC. Again, that we do require that striping be maintained at all times. We're simply placing it in the ordinance so it's front and center. Same thing with exterior signage. Article 14 of the UDC is our sign code, and that does require that as well. So we're just placing it in that section. I can speak to any questions that you have specific to other provisions in the ordinance. But again, one of the important caveats was that the standard that we're hoping to set here in Kennedale, that these nuisances would be prohibited within 5,000 feet of the city limits. We have property in our ETJ on our border that we constantly get calls about. We've got business owners there that are asking for help and relief, and this would allow us to address some of those issues. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions that council may
Before
have.
we go to council, can we just open this up to some of the questions that we heard from the public earlier, being that it sounded like that we're going to be kind of a ticket machine, that we would need additional compliance, we would need additional public work employees in order to maintain this. Maybe you or the city manager can speak to that.
Certainly. I can understand that sentiment. I can assure you that we're not. We have an actual manual, a policy manual that was put in place in 2018 that speaks to every certain provision and what is the procedure to go about doing that, or to getting those codes or those violations addressed. And so we do have those items set in place. With the passing of this, potentially, we would update that to speak to certain areas. This is the procedure that staff will follow, and if staff deviates from that, that is a opportunity there for discipline. Reprimands, things like that, if they're going outside the purview or the limits that are placed upon them. So, but as far as being a ticket machine or anything like that, I've got, when I came aboard in December, I was issued a citation book. Still got quite a bit left in there. It's a last resort. Some cities go through those pretty heavily. It's not our intent to do that. So I will, again, be updating those policies and procedures to ensure that staff now and in the future know that book like the back of their hand.
Do you foresee, because one of the comments was that we obviously have to follow the standard that we're asking our citizens to follow as well, right?
Correct. I'm actually asking that we set that standard, and the city will need to meet that standard. If we've got trees that are over a roadway right now, Public Works or even the fire department's offered to go and get those things trimmed. What we would like to do is probably ask KKB or some of our volunteers to assist us, but also senior citizens. I envision KKB's influence here in the community much greater than Town Center Park. Keep Kennedale beautiful as a whole, and I would love to be able to utilize and develop a larger volunteer force to help residents complete those things. But certainly, I'm asking that the city set a standard for itself to follow.
Do you foresee that would require additional employees?
I would see that may be the case at some point. Right now, I believe that we can maintain that level of excellence regarding, if you heard tonight that Public Works is, they've been trimming trees. I mean, I think they had 2 guys that were out just flagging for a month, but as soon as they got them back, they're mowing, they're edging, they're doing everything that they can. But again, I'm hoping to utilize volunteers as well. We got medians in town, right, that the city staff has to maintain. But is there another option that we can look at? Can we look at different types of landscaping that lowers the need to maintain those areas and free up public works staffing to focus on the parks, to focus on the streets and the pavement, things of that nature? So again, they have the equipment to maintain some of the larger, deeper ravines of the right-of-way. I suspect it's not that would continue to an extent. But if you live in an HOA or live in something else and those areas aren't being edged and the HOA is just not really, the HOA should be taking the lead on that. But again, I'm asking that we put in place an edging ordinance. You go down Little School Road, you can mow it, and that's what they do, but it grows up out the side at an angle at the same height that it was before. At that point, they've mowed, do I go post that property for high grass and weeds because they haven't got that other section? I don't think that'd be prudent, but if we had an edging ordinance, at least I can ask them to edge it and then get the grass clippings swept up out of the street so they're not clogging the storm drains. I am asking for right-of-way maintenance also to be maintained. Does it need to be a golf course? Probably not, but we do have a lot of right-of-way areas that are clogged with debris and tree limbs. And so we're asking that people, maintain those and keep them free so that drainage can continue to flow. But that's our intent here, Mayor.
So I have one more question, and then we'll kick it around the room. With the businesses that now will have frontage that will be their responsibility with this, how are we going to handle that?
Knocking on the door. Okay. Our first step is never to issue a notice of violation. That's what's on the book, the standard. But our first step is to knock on the door, ask them for their assistance in that. Hey, and educate them on this new requirement. We've had several property owners that say, hey, I'd love to get that taken care of, but years ago, the city said it was, not to touch it or whatever the case may be. I mean, I've spoken to a couple of them, and I've asked them to trim it up, but it's blocking, and they want to. It's obstructing the view of their business. We've got a lot of trees up and down the parkway. When you pull out of the drive, you can't see oncoming traffic. So visibility triangles is a huge thing, right? And so, but we got another ordinance in the UDC that says, you can't pull that as a landscaping ordinance. So we've got to find that balance. And again, I'm asking, hey, if it's in the visibility triangle, let's clear that obstruction. Let's improve visibility. If a tree limb is extending into the roadway, please raise that canopy. If it's obstructing a sidewalk, please cut the petunias back so folks can get down. Kids can ride their bike down the street. These are this is the fourth city I've worked in, and I plan it to be the last. And so these are standard practices in most of the communities that I've worked in, but also in doing my survey in North Texas.
Excellent. That's another great question I didn't have to ask. So this is standard from what you've seen in your previous job.
Absolutely. In the recent newsletter, we added we made a blurb there that other communities have recently adopted the property maintenance code, but they're also looking at how they're addressing nuisances in their communities. So Cleburne, Keller, Cleburne's relatively new that they've adopted the property maintenance code as well, and they're busting at the seams right now. But Burleson, Mansfield, and Arlington, and it's not that we're trying to be like anybody else, but if you go to those communities, they've made it a decision for themselves to set a standard, and that's what I'm asking tonight.
I appreciate it. I'll just have one personal story. In my neighborhood, we had someone with a flea infestation, and we didn't have any kind of a code to address that with, and it actually caused other people to have to leave their homes for a while because of that issue. So with that, I'm going to turn it over we'll start with Councilman Navarez. And I know it's such a natural, normally you're on this side, so now you see what it's like.
You get my better side now, Mr. Mayor. I'll just reiterate some of the stuff that we talked about last month. Obviously, I'm the one that passed it. I just want to make sure that everybody had their input. And since that time, I've had many discussions. I've had a very public discussion about it that was against it. But I've had several phone calls or several people pull me aside as well saying, well, for example, the lighting in the Christmas tree. And I had a phone call the other day from one of their neighbors that's not here tonight about that. Why can't we do anything about it? What about the signage on the frontage on the parkway? Why can't we do anything about it? And over the years, that's one of the biggest complaints I've heard too is, well, why can't the city do anything about it? And these are just one of those tools that we're, that what Nathan's really asking is for him to do the job that he needs to do better. He's asking for this tool. And if we're looking to the future, cities our size now and larger that we will become do have these types of laws in place. You don't put these laws in place when there's 5,000 or less, but you do put them out when they're 10,000 or more. I share the concern and the vision or the view about the HOA comments, which isn't the first time. I think Mr. Michaels brought that up last time. But we keep in mind that HOAs are designed after a city constitutional government. And in most cases, they have more power than the city, and things like that have to do with this. All in all, I think it's, again, a good tool. I think we have a good heart of a small community to where we're not weaponizing this. And if that's the concern, then we can easily add a provision allowing citizens to go before a citizen committee. For example, I mentioned the BOA or the BBB, which is a quasi-judicial citizen committee. So if they have grievances, we can give them a way to bring it before other citizens and see how we can work it out. But if we're going to envision Kennedale, if we're going to do things like keep Kennedale beautiful and have that mentality of beautifying our city and our parks, then again, this is just another tool to do so. I don't believe, and that's not an argument for me, that it will be abused. If that's the case, then future council can address that in the future. But for right now, if we're going to move forward with what we've all discussed and some of us have campaigned for, this is just one of the many bricks to do that. And again, I can't reiterate how many times in the past decade I've heard people complain on certain properties, or especially along the parkway, or roofs falling off of buildings. And as the chairman of the BOA and the BBB, we've heard some of these cases over the years as well. I would just ask council to support this. And if there's concerns about certain clauses, like what was brought up from our citizen and one of our city leaders earlier during the public discussion, then let's remove those single ones or let's discuss them. But I don't think that shutting this down or just saying no is the appropriate way to go as council on this matter. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Griffith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to bring to mind something that Councilman Navarre said, he used the word vision. We're spending a lot of time and resources right now working on our vision for the future of Kennedale. We have a steering committee established who's working to produce that new vision. And it's my experience that you can plan and you can come together with a vision or an idea of how you want something to look, but unless you have the right tools and the right people in place to actually get there, it'll stay in your mind. You'll never be able to produce it. I completely understand this sentiment of potential misuse or abuse of power in terms of overreaching or creating standards that are impossible to meet. I don't believe that's the intent, and I would also just like to bring everyone's minds to the fact that that's why it's so important to get out and vote when the time comes. Voter turnout is important because that's how you put the right people in the right place to be good stewards of our system. That's how it's designed. That's certainly what I volunteered to fight and defend for. So I truly believe that it's the responsibility of our communities to get out there and put the right people in the right place. All legislation, all ordinances are all tools for use to be able to bring our communities together and to make the best space for all of us to live in together. So I just want to remind everyone of that.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I've had many a discussion with many citizens. I've also had discussion with the city manager and stuff like that. I still believe it's a tool that can be used against the citizens. And there's no way you can change my mind. One of the deals is I look at 10-foot over sidewalks. I don't know that many 10-foot people. So why is it 10 foot?
Great question. If we cut it to 10 feet, it's going to take quite a bit for it to grow back to where it would possibly obstruct somebody. When someone's riding on a bike, they sit up a little higher. But if you can reach up and hit it with your head or reach up and grab it, we're asking that it be cut up over a sidewalk 10 feet. Again, that's a number that's standard in a lot of communities. So that's why we went with 10. If you'd like to see it shorter, 8 is other communities have 8. As a code enforcement officer for a number of years, I don't want to be the individual having to go knock on that door every year when they cut it up to 8 to meet the ordinance, and then it grows again. I got to come back because the neighbors complained about it. I'd rather say, hey, get it up there as high as it can and just keep it up there. I have measured tree limbs before in my career, and that's part of the process when we receive a complaint about somebody obstructing a street. I've got to measure it, I've got to photograph it, and there's been many a times, nope, it's 15.5. It's not a violation. And we notify that complainant or whoever calls the city, but same thing over a sidewalk. And I worked in a city where it was 8 feet, and they weren't in violation. And they said, well, it's bothering me. It's like, I understand that, but it doesn't violate the city ordinance. So again, 10 seems to be the consensus around town, but I've worked in a community where it was 8 as well. So I'm happy to discuss that further on what number that council would feel comfortable with.
Well, I just look at, say, the town center. If we were to come in and cut those trees at 10 foot, they would look awful ugly. There's a lot of low limbs out there that we trimmed back that we kind of did roughly 7 foot, or you can stick your hand up and walk underneath. Trees are growing. They're going to grow up, not down. I just can't get on board with this. I mean, I have problems with the windows, opening and closing of the windows. I have problems with peeling, chipping, flaking paint, and that needs to be removed or painted. I mean, I can go on and go on. I mean, I just can't really get on board with this. I mean, but I'm willing to compromise. But I know some of this is already ordinances and already laws and under building code, like parking line being striped and stuff like that. That's going to fall under the NFPA and stuff like that. I don't know. I can't get on board with this. I just feel the city's going to use this in the future as a weapon to the citizens. And I'm not a fan of the $2,000 fine. So.
Understand.
I'm good.
Councilman Horton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I would like to speak to the concerns of our citizens that spoke tonight. And Mr. City Manager, irregardless of this nuisance order, I would ask that you take care of that situation. I think they're already not up to code on public safety, blocking the road. Number 2, the noise. I know there's noise. I can't quote it. And number 3, the commerce they're selling without a permit. I'm confident of it. And so I would ask that we get them relief immediately. Thank you, sir. Having said that, I can't get on board with this either. Nathan, I appreciate your hard work, and I know you have the best of intentions, as does our city staff, but nobody knows who's going to make up this government in 2 years, who's going to be on this council in 2 years. And even with the best of intentions, I have concerns about it being able to be enforced evenly, fairly across the board. And, we've all seen instances where, people use it to attack their neighbors. And, I don't want to see that. And, I appreciate your hard work respectfully. And I know you've done a good job. I know that's your intention, our city's intention, but I can't support this.
Councilman Glover?
Nathan, how well do you think the city can lead by example here? Because I just driving down a little road, which is a pretty busy road, that's not always properly edged, just as one example. Do you feel like the city, if this is passed, can say, we've passed this and we will improve the city landscaping.
Without a doubt. The marching orders that we've received from city managers pursue excellence. He talks about raising the standard, raising the level of excellence, and he expects that from his department heads. And we've got some work to do, but I believe that we can meet that challenge.
Okay. I have spoken with other citizens who've echoed the safety issue with the landscaping down Kennedale Parkway. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. If you ever try to pull out of certain driveways, it's a little bit of a challenge. So if we can address that with this or without that, that would be good. As far as this being potentially used to get citizens, if the pendulum swings too far the other way, that's why we have this council. That's why people vote. We can come back here and revisit this in the future if it becomes that and find the right balance. But to leave it where it's at, if we want to take the city to the next level that we want to get to, I think this is a meaningful change to get there. So thank you for your time.
Madam Mayor, may I rebuttal? Thank you. Two things. One, I want to point out that this council has recently unanimously have already approved several nuisance ordering. One was the parking, and another one was the short-term rental. In the case of the short-term rental, there has been a success story for that. For example, the one problem child that we're all aware of is selling their home. It's actually sold. So in that neighborhood where they had the two next to each other, the one that brought the yellow bus in front has been sold. And so that was a direct result of something that, wasn't 100% on board either, but was very effective, and you guys were very passionate about as well. So again, these things work, whether we like them or not. They're sometimes just necessary. And for me, I think Nathan is one of the best hires we've ever had in my tenure here. And I do trust with, along with Mr. Hull's direction, that the city would be responsible about it. I mean, Nathan's right. We do have a lot of community groups like KKB or the Rotary Club that would be more than happy to reach out and help if that's the case. And that's been the mayor's direction too, is how can we better utilize our boards and committees to do these things. Now, I'll come back around to, if you don't support this, that's fine. How can we compromise? What can we do to add it to alleviate your specific issues with it? Because in the end, this is a tool that Nathan needs to do his job. And the city has been moving this direction for a long time but cleaning up our image, no junkyards, no racetrack image, but a bedroom community image. And we're quickly moving that way, especially recently. So my question to council who's in opposition is, where's the compromise? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any compromise on your part? Let me just ask a quick question before we get there, because you had mentioned before we started that there were certain things that were already in policy, and I have page numbers on mine, so I don't know if you have the page numbers in mind. The ordinance is number 1. 15.1 is page 2. So which of the pages are already?
So from page 7 in what I've got, and I printed just the sheet from the council packet,
Okay.
which is the property maintenance section, that is section 15.22. Those sections are verbatim out of the property maintenance code. When it comes to the windows, that's an important safety feature, that a window is operable if you need to escape. One of the requirements of the building, of the residential code, is that every room has an escape area, which is the window. And I've been to a lot of homes in my career where they paint it looks nice. You paint the windows, but it prevents that window from opening. So that's what we're talking about. You got a broken window pane, listen, you got to fix the window pane. It's also going to improve your energy efficiency too. We do have a lot of property in town, and they've got some broken windows.
So property maintenance 15.22 goes all the way from A to
page 9, we've.
to W, correct?
Well, with the exception of T, parenthetical T, which is the tree and shrubs, V, which is the parking lot striping, and W, which is the exterior signage, those were additions. And we wanted to add that again to the ordinance so that it's front and center. The tree and shrubs would be new to Kennedale. The parking lot striping would not be new, neither would the exterior signage. That would not be new. So the new one in that whole property maintenance section is parenthetical T, tree and shrubs. Well, I guess you can say this entire section is new in the sense that the property maintenance code was recently adopted. So that is new to Kennedale, but we've already had that approved. So what would happen is if I got a complaint about rodents and infestations and we didn't have those sections, I would create a code violation. I'd have to actually go and cite the section of the property maintenance code. In our city ordinance, the only section it would read then was that the city adopted the property maintenance code. They're gonna rebuttal, and this has happened a number of times. But where does it say that that's a requirement? I have to then direct them to iccsafe.org, walk them through where to find it within the code. The city has adopted the code, but those particular provisions aren't easily to navigate or to find. So those sections we've already adopted, they're already on the books. This just puts it front and center.
Right. I just wanted to identify, just for council's sake, what had already been approved and what wasn't. So of this, only T is what you're saying?
Parenthetical T for the property maintenance section. Now, what we've done is we've rewritten section 1516, which is the high grass and weeds and the right-of-way maintenance. Currently, right now, we have two provisions, and I presented them last time we met, where we lump high grass and weeds, trash, debris, all in one section. So what we've done is we've broken that apart. We've put the high grass and weeds on its own. Right now, the standard is 12 inches. That's citywide. We thought that we could add some provisions for undeveloped property to keep that at 12 inches, for agriculture to keep that at 24 inches. I think that's reasonable. But for developed property, we changed it from the 12 inches is the standard to 8 inches. That's a new section. And again, the other items would be, of course, the edging of curbs and sidewalks, and then the right-of-way maintenance.
And what page is that? I'm sorry.
That's going to be in page 6.
6.
Right.
Okay, so under 4. Okay.
Correct. Page 6 is the high grass and weeds section. It's high grass, weeds, and right-of-way maintenance.
Okay.
So now we have a provision specific to that. So if I get a complaint that, hey, that field over there off of east part of town is the grass is so high they need to mow it. Well, it could be zone agriculture, right? Could be 18 inches. Right now, it's in violation of the city ordinance because our limit's 12 inches, but they're growing hay. So we wanted to add a provision in there to exempt those types of properties. So that's the reason why we separated the high grass and weeds and the right-of-way maintenance from the other typical nuisances. Okay. The declaration of nuisances, which is 1515, all that information or all those things that are putrid, noxious, vapors, dusts, odors, those are all basic standard things in every other community. They would be new here to Kennedale, but they're not new anywhere else. So any premise where rats or vermin breed or harbored, we're declaring that a nuisance. Right now, our current ordinance only references a state statute in the health and safety code. It doesn't say what those violations are. You have to go and look up the Texas Local Government Code to find that list. And this list is that list, essentially.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so back to the compromise. Do you feel like either one opposing, do you want to propose any kind of a compromise, or do you just want to go to vote?
I think for me, I'm ready to go for a vote. Okay. And I don't disagree. I mean, I think there's a lot of good in this. I just, like for instance, swimming pools and outdoor spas shall be maintained in a clean and sanitary condition and in good repair. Well, I mean, and it's not just that. I mean, it's a lot of it that's, general. And I can't support it.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't want to be rude.
We're going to go ahead and hear from the Mayor Pro Tem.
I think one of my main concerns is the trees. You're telling property owners that if a tree's growing over the street and it's 14 foot or less than 14 foot, that it's their responsibility to cut that limb. So I don't think that's something that the citizens should be having to do, due to the fact that, number one, they're going to have to stand in the road and cut it. So that's just not me. I don't like the 10 foot on the sidewalks. If we do 10 foot on sidewalks, I guarantee that half these trees out here in town center will look terrible. Even like the mowing of the right of ways and stuff like that. One of my main concerns is just like Mr. Courtney that came up and showed a picture of his ditch. Well, I mean, so it's his job to go in and clean out a ditch with a weed eater because the city has the piece of equipment to do that. And it's the city that hires the county to come out and clean these ditches. And they make them where you cannot mow them. So, I mean, if we want to compromise, my compromise would be let the city trim the trees, let the sidewalks be 8 foot, and these property owners that have steep ditches, then the city should say, hey, we will manage that. I mean, and I don't know how we would grade it by the angle of the ditch or the depth of the ditch. I don't know. We would have to figure something out. I mean, I've just heard Public Works saying they're going to go out and mow in front of Pine Meadows today. You know, so I don't know how deep that ditch is, but I mean, I know Mr. Courtney's property is way deeper than what that one is. So, and I just feel it would be safer on the citizens if we did away with the 14 foot on the trees and just let the city maintain that. If fire truck's driving down the road, hits a tree, they can take a note of it and say, hey, we need to get this to Public Works. Or, you know, a lot of times semis are driving down the roads anyway, and they're knocking the trees down. So, I mean, I don't know. That would be my compromise, is removing that. I mean, because another thing I look at is you have driveways in here, so you can't have any trees over the driveways. So if you're like Mr. Courtney's property, he has pecan trees on each side of his driveway. So if the city deems it a nuisance, then he's going to have to go in and trim all his trees. By this one, it's not. It's you trim your trees. If not, we're going to write you a ticket for $2,000. And I don't think that's fair.
Mr. Hull, do you want to speak to any of this at this point?
I would. First, I think those are reasonable compromise. Those are something that I feel is probably a necessary thing. We do not want to put our public in harm's way of going out inside a street and doing that type of work. That's a compromise that we will do anyway, one way or the other. The expectation should not be on that. The concept of the walkways, we're not asking for our citizens to go out, in a sense, tomorrow and go 10 feet, 14 feet, go edge, go paint your house. That's not the intent. The first intent, one, is we have code compliance. We're asking for compliance, not only as a citizen, but even as a city as a whole. We all have challenges, and we'll continue to have challenge. If we pass this nuisance order or not, our challenges will always be there. That will never change. And funding is not only a citizen, but it's also us as the organization as a whole. We have challenges, we have personnel. We're not going to ask of anything from anyone that we can't do ourselves. And that's always going to be a challenge. And there's going to be times that we fail. There's going to be times that our citizen fails. There's going to be times the city fails, and we have some neglect now, and we're not asking to be the police for not mowing your grass, but what we are asking is, hey, can you help us out? We go out and we do a lot of mowing, a lot. I want to say probably 3 days out of a week, our public works is mowing, which is very limited on how we go about moving forward. With that, part of the reasons why we're asking for this is our comprehension plan. Of our current comprehension plan that was generated in 2009, one of the number one complaints was to clean the city. Now, whatever that definition is, it also includes the nuisance side of it. A lot of us talk about the parkway. How do we go about cleaning the parkway? This is one of them. Yes, it may be 1 out of 100, but sometimes that 100th may be the citizen that needs that help because of a neighbor. That neighbor may not be able to do what's being asked of them. Personally, I think it's a responsibility for the citizen, for the city to go out and, one, compromise. How can we get this fixed? Yes, we may have that leadership today, and it's my hope and my prayer that we continue with that leadership at whatever point all of us leave and you have to start all over, that we have the right leadership in place on our council to make sure they pick the right person to lead the city in the direction that it needs to be in a positive manner. But if we don't, it's hard to be able to compromise with something that there's no compromise. And I say that because we currently even have citizens that need this help, and we're seeking out that help to help them with the ordinance or not. And we'll continue to do that if it's passed or not. But in the same sense, we need the help of our citizens to be able to accomplish this same goal, and that's to clean the city up for whatever that version of it is. But if it is going out and raising the tree line, just like you're talking in the park, that's not reasonable. And I don't think, I know we're not going to ask our citizens to do that. I'm not going to ask our citizens to go get in the roadway and chop down a tree. We're not going to do that. But it is a form of compliance that we're looking for. We can go out and work as a team and get the same accomplishments with this ordinance in place. We're not going to abuse it. Yes, any law can be abused, and that'll never stop if we pass it or not. We can probably go to any law book, and there's probably 2 feet of laws, and probably nobody in this room understands every one of those laws. And our code compliance, our police officers, or myself, or anybody else in this city is not going out to seek out enforcement. That's not our intent, and it will never be our intent. Yes, there are going to be times that we may need to issue a citation. There will be times that we're not getting compliance. But in those instances, it's because we have someone else that's become a nuisance. It doesn't matter if it's a public nuisance or if it's a nuisance in general. We have nuisance laws in place now, and one of them is the noise ordinance. That's a nuisance. We have the racetracks are under ordinances, how they operate, what they go about, how they produce their business. Short-term rentals is another one. We put these ordinances in place for our citizens. It's not for the city. The city here is to represent our citizens the best we can. And yes, we all come up short time to time. And this is a plan that helps us go out and have that communications one-on-one to say, hey, what can we do to help? But the concept that we may have abuse, it's always going to be there. And there's no way I can combat that. There's no way anybody on this council can assure anybody that that wouldn't happen. But I can assure you, as we have the right leadership, we have the right organization in place, from the mayor to the council, city manager, and on down, we can do our best. Even though we may fail at time to time, we correct it and we move on and say, hey, I'm sorry, let's go and work as a team and make it happen. And I hope that you take that in consideration, because it does mean something not only for the city, but our citizens as well, because they're the ones asking for it. repeatedly for at least the last 14 years. And I just hope you take that in consideration.
So what I heard you say is that this was a reasonable compromise?
Absolutely.
Okay, so the reasonable compromise is the trees? Is that what I heard?
Yes.
So move from 14 feet to,
No, the compromise is
oh yeah,
that
what
the
is the
city,
compromise?
the city will go out, if there's trees in the roadway that's hindering any traffic, the city will take care of that issue. So in other words, if our fire truck cannot go underneath a canopy of a tree and it needs to be trimmed, any of that is over the roadway, the city will take care of that.
Okay.
Same thing with a sidewalk, and we can put that verbiage in there if you would like. Personally, if it's at 10 feet, 8 feet, or 6 feet, if it's a nuisance, we need to address it. And there may be some verbiage that we can put in there as that. But overall, I don't want to say a blanket, but 8 feet or 10 feet is a blanket that generally will catch most of the complaints or most of the issues that are at hand. Because you don't want someone walking down, pulling on a tree limb, bringing it down, then it fell on them, or vice versa, whatever issue. And that's the other concept of it is we can't fix all of it. And we're not asking for that, but it is a piece of the pie that helps us move forward. And if the compromise is for those two things and the ditch, that a ditch is not easily or manageable for a homeowner to make sure it's to compliance, the city can help and go out and use our tools that we have and make sure it's properly done. There's no question that I don't think we need to ask anybody to put themselves in harm's way in that manner.
Okay, is this something that needs to be, with those compromises, are you on board with this?
I do like those compromises because that takes the more of the safety and putting it on the city and not putting a citizen in harm's way. Of that part, I still have a lot of, even the driveways, because with that one right there, it says that they have to trim their driveways to 14 foot. Now, I understand if a fire truck can't get in there, that falls back on them. That doesn't fall back on the city. So,
Are we asking to just strike parenthetical T as a whole? Where it talks, any tree, shrub that obstructs passage or view or extends over a sidewalk at a height of, right now it says 10. Is there a height that council would prefer? We could strike the word driveway. Just for the reason the driveway is in there is if we have a private drive and you've got a tree in the abutting property that extends over that drive, whose responsibility is it, right? Is it the owner that owns the tree where the trunk is? The way we do it in code enforcement is that when that tree limb crosses that property line, that's your tree limb. You have the ability, or you have the authority to trim it up.
Right.
You're also, then if you do that, you got to dispose of it. And so if that height isn't 14 feet, I'm happy to entertain what that height would be. The 10 feet, in a 9-foot doorway, so we're thinking, 10 feet on that. But if it's 8, that, or are we asking to strike that entirely? The bar ditch language reads, the intent of that is that it shall be unlawful for any person owning, claiming, or occupying, or having supervision or control of any real property, occupied or unoccupied, to fill or block a drainage easement or bar ditch, fail to maintain a drainage easement or bar ditch, or maintain an easement or bar ditch in a manner that allows the easement or bar ditch to be clogged with debris, sediment, high grass, or vegetation. Is council good with that? The second part of it says right-of-way maintenance shall be the duty of the abutting property owner or agent in charge, or tenant in care, custody, and control of the premises. The second half of that, if you're asking to strike that, happy to make those revisions as needed. But again, that right-of-way maintenance, it's the act of clogging intentionally. I've got to prove intent, right, when I go to court. And they intentionally, right, clogged the bardage, so they failed to maintain it. They left their tree limbs there, it flooded up the neighborhood, something of that nature. And then, again, the second part is that we're asking that the maintenance of that bardage be the abutting property owner. But we can rewrite that, revise that. Certainly.
What's the reference on that, Nathan? Like you said, item T was for the tree line. What's the ditches in reference to your ordinance?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand
That's what I was looking at.
the question. So section 1516, parenthetical D, that is the section that speaks to right-of-way maintenance.
Okay, D, thank you.
So the beginning, most of it is talking about the intent to,
So that's all in T.
that's in D, sorry, D like in David, D like in David.
So one thing I want to kick back to council was I brought up before about giving the citizens a way to bring a grievance before their neighbors. Is not an issue? Are you okay with the ordinance with these amendments? Or would you like to give them a way to address their grievances?
I mean, the way I look at it is it's not a nuisance till your neighbor complains on you. So to me, the city shouldn't be driving around in their truck going, oh, look at this. I'm going to stop, give them a citation or give them a warning. And then if they don't take care of it, then it's your neighbors. That's what a nuisance is. So if my neighbor has high grass and by ordinance, it shows that it's high grass, then I have the right to complain. But I don't have the right to go to Linda Road on the other side of town and just going, oh, I don't like this high grass, I'm going to complain to that. That's not a nuisance to me because that doesn't affect me. So a nuisance has to be in your neighborhood, in your everyday travel to be a nuisance. So that's the problem that I'm having is at any time, the city can just drive around and say, oh, we're bored today, let's just drive around and we'll just see how many nuisances we can find and we'll start just writing tickets. Now, like I said, many times to many people, will this administration do that? No. But I don't know what the future is going to bring. We might have somebody else come in and just be ticket happy. We've had good code enforcement in the past. We've had bad code enforcement in the past. And I'm not holding anything against Nathan. I know Nathan will do what is right. I have all the confidence in the world in him, but in the future. And to me, when you start looking at trying to maintain this, you're trimming this and you're trimming this, trees grow up. So eventually the trees are going to grow out of cutting range or the canopy is going to move because they know that when cars, they just kind of move forward and start arching and get out of the way. Every tree reacts to the sun and everything else like that. The drainage deal, I do have an issue with that because, I mean, that's all downhill. So if somebody's trimming trees and they put all their branches in the ditch and then we have no service for them to pick it up, so they sit there, you can go in Old Town right now and you can see branches just piled up everywhere because they have no way of hauling it off. We have to cut them to 4 foot. They can't weigh over 50 pounds or the trash won't pick them up.
Gotta bundle them as well.
So.
Yeah, bundle them too. Yeah.
So.
I'm going to, at this point, I don't mean to interrupt you, but it does sound to me like we're going in circles, and I don't want us to go in circles.
I believe my question, Madam Mayor, was do we want to give the citizens a way to bring their grievances to their neighbors? For example, bring it before BOA or something.
I actually have that process now. It is in place.
Can you clarify that for us, please?
For instance, our nuisance orders that we have now, you can make a complaint to the court, our court here, provide that complaint, whatever the nuisance is or whatever's at hand, and you can have a court date to present your case to a judge for a ruling.
Thank you for finally clarifying that. So I go back to, I guess, the compromise. You want us to just remove item T and D? Or do you want it to say the city's responsibility and the city's right of way? How do you want that clarified?
So you're saying that they can set up a court date at their cost. So the citizens is going to have to pay the court fees to bring it to court.
No, that to our court here, it doesn't cost for you to come in and make a complaint. There's
Right.
no cost to that. There's no cost to the court.
If there is a compromise on those two, we'll do that. Otherwise, I'm suggesting that we move to vote.
I just wanted to, I was going to move to vote, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that I
Right.
clarified the exemptions that were, or the removals, or the adaptation, whatever Councilman Mikers was thinking with item T and item D.
Absolutely. Mayor Pro Tem?
Another way we can do this, Madam Mayor, is to table it one more month and allow Councilman Michaels to meet with maybe Nathan and Mr. Hull to clarify, or myself, or even ask Keith to come out and explain his grievances in that meeting as well. And then we can deal with this in December and finally have something that we can all agree on.
Do you want to table it another month?
If I may.
Do you want to vote?
We do have scheduled, where we are hoping to, never mind, I'm sorry.
Well, I would like to vote on it tonight. I really would. I mean,
too.
we've been talking about this now. This is 3 months, 4 months that, we've been, but I also want to make sure that everyone gets heard. That's also important. So you ready to vote?
We can vote on it, but it doesn't have my vote.
Okay. Then,
Mayor,
So
may I ask Nathan one clarifying question?
Sure.
Regarding paragraph T, can you clarify what a bar ditch is? I saw the picture from Mr. Courtney earlier, but I'm thinking about the creek that runs behind my house now, that runs behind a lot of my neighbors' houses too, that's full of every tree that got cut down for the last 50 years and just kind of tossed back there. So if you can clarify that real quick, what a bar ditch is. And
So the bar ditch would be the culvert in front of the property, typically within the right-of-way, or if there's an easement within that front area reserved for drainage. It's meant to receive stormwater from that lot and convey it to where it needs to go. The creek that you're referring to is where that stormwater would go to, and when it gets obstructed, it doesn't flow naturally through a neighborhood, and it may block up things downstream or upstream. So that's where the bar ditch, we don't have them all over town, but we do have quite a bit of bar ditch around town. But in our developed neighborhoods, you have a storm drain system underground that you don't see. So that's where typically you have, Brookstone or Falcon Wood, over here, other neighborhoods in town, those where you got sidewalks. So a bar ditch is in some of our existing neighborhoods. And a lot of residents do a good job of maintaining them, but our office fields a lot of calls from neighbors talking about, hey, they're concerned about drainage and their neighbor isn't maintaining it. And so it's affecting their property. Right now, the remedy is, I don't have anything on the books to address that.
okay, but it is related to drainage.
Correct.
Unfortunately.
Right. And again, that parenthetical D, 15-16 parenthetical D is when you obstruct that. I think the concern is the right-of-way maintenance provision of that section there. That could be something that that we strike. Again, the intent was that is after meeting with Public Works and Fire, and it's not just my department, but other departments, they need some assistance with that. So we're asking the community to help with that. Public Works just hired their full staff. They just hired they filled 2 vacancies, but potentially in the future, if they're going to continue to maintain those bar ditches and cut those trees, they're going to have to budget for additional FTEs. And so that'll come to council at some point because now they've got to maintain the trees on the street. I'm not sure if the fire department is a good use of the resources to clear the tree. I'll defer to the chief on that, but he has offered to do that because it is a concern that the fire department does have. So again, we're willing to do whatever we need to do to get this town where it has said it wants to be.
I mean, I would agree with Mayor Pro Tem also that if we have the equipment now for doing mowing at a steep angle with a boom cutter to save the residents that time, we should leverage that. I wouldn't appreciate getting told I have to spend all day of my Saturday with a weed eater out there because you can't drive a lawnmower across it, right? So that's not fun. So I think also striking T would be a reasonable compromise as well, if that would alleviate some of the concerns.
So that I'm clear, that would be striking section 15-22, parenthetical T. City Attorney, I think we may have to reorder some of those parentheticals. And then in section 15-16, we can either strike D and David as in its entirety or that last provision. I still recommend that we put something in there as our office receives calls about when you intentionally or because you failed to maintain a bar ditch, you've clogged up that drainage easement or those bar ditches. But yes, sir.
Sweeney Hot would be a good example. We got new construction going in. They're hauling in dirt and everything like that. So every time it rains, we have erosion. So all that erosion is going to go into the ditch and then go into the culverts, and these people have no means of cleaning out a culvert. Now, Public Works has a tool that cleans culverts. So is that something that they can request, or they're going to have to figure out a way to clean out a culvert on their own that's 20 foot wide?
My response to be for those developers or those owners that are developing those lots on Sweeney Hyatt would be that if their dirt's falling into our ditch, they need to remove it from our ditch because it's affecting drainage. So that's the intent of that ordinance specifically. If I've got an HOA or a neighborhood that has a large area, Sweeney Hyatt's a great example, just overgrown. A lot of the residents and neighbors that have flagged us down when we're out picking up limbs from the street, it's in our truck beds right now. I've asked, hey, whose responsibility is that to maintain? Well, in my opinion, I believe it should be the HOA, that's abutting that neighborhood. But so that's what we put in there. But if the city will maintain that, then I'm sure staff would appreciate additional consideration in the subsequent years for the resources and the staff to perform those actions.
Okay, so was a decision made on D? To keep D and
Nathan, you
have
wanted to keep
assistance
D
to?
and do what with it?
Well, my question is if I recommend that we keep D, but the right-of-way maintenance shall be the duty of abutting property owners, if that's a provision that council has a concern with, we can certainly amend that. And so that we still have it in there that, listen, you can't clog up the bar ditch. So if you're developing and your erosion control fails, I have something I can point to in the ordinance that says you need to go and remove that. Right now, I don't have anything. But at least who's going to maintain that moving forward? On the city planning side, when a subdivision is maintained, we're going to look at those right-of-way areas and those lots, and we'll make sure that says HOA maintained, that there's clauses. We can do that. Right now, we're talking about having that in there in general citywide, but certainly if that's a point of compromise, hey, that's, I love this process, by the way, guys. This is the point of the process, so I'm loving it.
So are we suggesting remove where it says "and control of abutting premises" to remove that? And it would just end with tenant in care and custody?
So I would, from parenthetical D, where it says right-of-way maintenance shall be the duty of the abutting property owner. From what I'm hearing is that some of council has some concerns with that sentence.
Okay, so remove that sentence.
If that's a point of compromise, happy to do that. We can get that buttoned up.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so it would end in vegetation then?
Correct.
Okay, the last word would be vegetation, period. And that entire last sentence would be removed. Okay. With those two changes, can we vote on it as amended, or does it need to be brought back to us?
Actually up to the council. You can
Okay.
vote on it with an amendment as long as the amendments are clearly stated, so the secretary can get it down in minutes.
Madam Mayor, I'm ready to propose it if there's no other discussion.
Okay. Is that a motion? No. Okay.
No, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure there was no other discussion.
Okay. Are we good with where we're at?
I'm just gonna say from the city attorney's office, I was not 100% clear if the proposed amendment was to change subparagraph T from 10 foot to 8 feet or delete all of subsection T. I thought I heard the discussion just moving the height from 10 foot to
10 to 8?
would be satisfactory.
Okay. On T, on page 9, 10 feet to 8 feet?
Okay.
And then what about on the access or easement, currently it's 14? Is that okay as is?
Mr. Hull indicated that the 14 feet would be handled by the city.
That's correct. I think we need to leave it at the 14 just for the clearance,
Okay.
particularly of our own.
Well, right, because normally there's a set height that your power lines and cables and all that stuff like that need to be, so it's going to clear if a truck, so we don't have the same thing that happened on Fifth Street when a truck made a wrong turn and took out power lines.
That's correct.
So this is what I have for that, the 10 to 8, leave the 14, but on the last sentence, it shall be the duty of the city to maintain trees and shrubs located on parkways, bar ditches, and right-of-way, correct? We take out the abutting property owner on the last sentence, that whole line.
We could just remove
Replace it
that
with city.
sentence.
Well, I think what was requested is that we tell the city that they're responsible for that part of it, and not, as Mr. Hull said, not having our citizens in the middle of the street and right-of-ways trying to fix this.
Is that the correct understanding? Okay.
That is correct.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve, I'm sorry, let me get the item out. Item 1, I believe it is. Yes.
Yes.
For the nuisance ordinance with the following amendments. On section 15.23, correct? All right, one. I'm sorry, 1522. On section T, that we change it to say, any tree or shrub that obstructs passage or view or extends over a sidewalk at the height of 8 feet or less, or a tree or shrub which extends over the street lane, driveway, parking lot, or access easement. I'm sorry, strike driveway. I'm sorry, let me amend that. From 8 feet or less, or a tree or shrub which extends over the street, lane, parking lot, or access easement at the height of 14 feet or less is declared a nuisance. It shall be the duty of the city to maintain trees and shrubs located in parkways, bar ditches, and right-of-way. And also, where'd the other one go? D7, page 7. Oh, it's right here. I'm sorry, it's at the top. And then also in item D of 1516, to say, sorry, there's 2 pages, to remove the last sentence that says right-of-way of maintenance shall be the duty of the abutting property owner or the agent in charge or the tenant in care, custody, and control of the abutting premises. To be clear, to remove that line, strike that line from item D.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Madam Mayor, second.
Okay, I have a motion, a second with the amendments as mentioned. All in favor? All opposed? 3-2 passes. Okay, we'll move on to consider approval of resolution voting for candidates of the TAD Board of Directors. So we discussed earlier in our work session, and it sounded like Mr. Lasada rose to the top of the nominees, so I will take a motion.
Mayor, I wanted to clarify that you can split the votes. You have 7.
Okay.
And you are able to split those votes if you choose.
Okay, thank you. If you would like to nominate someone else, you can do that as well. Or you can keep all the 7 together for one.
Madam Mayor, I move that we appoint or nominate all 7 votes for Mr. Lasada.
Okay, I have a motion for all 7 votes for Mr. Lasada. Do I
I
have a
second it.
All in favor? Unanimous. Okay. Thank God that was easy. Okay, we are going to recess into executive session pursuant to 551.071, consultation with the city attorney pertaining to any matter in which the duty of the city attorney under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct may conflict with the Open Meetings Act, including discussion of any item posted on the agenda, legal issues regarding the Open Meetings Act. We'll be discussing Alta Landing Plan Development and a 3M lawsuit. Pursuant to 551.072, deliberation regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. We'll be discussing EDC properties, buy and sell. Pursuant to 551.074, deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, or to hear a complaint or charge against an officer or employee. We'll be discussing appointment of council members to EDC and appointment of alternates to the BOA. And the time is 8:17. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate that. Tell me when it's over.
glad I could.
ones on, like, Double A Batteries.
Yeah, yeah.
It's really nice.
Yeah,
And if y'all need them,
We are, whoops. Okay, we are back from our executive session at 9:53. And we have a couple of action items. So do I have a motion under D, appointment of counsel to the EDC?
I move that we appoint Councilman Michaels to the EDC.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Madam Mayor, second.
All in favor? 4, and abstain? 4, 1 abstain. It passes. Okay. And then appointment of alternates to the BOA? Yes. Oh, yes. All right, appointment for the alternate to the BOA. An action item. Do you have a motion?
I move that we appoint Chris Gary as an alternate to the BOA.
Do you have a second?
Madam Mayor, I second.
Rayanne, it's your choice on that one. All in favor? Unanimous. Do you have a motion to
I
adjourn?
make a motion to adjourn.
I second.
All in favor? Out of here. All right. Thank you all so much. Great meeting.